Check, check, 1, 2. Okay. So of course, I realized that I forgot to update the save load system after implementing the sleep deprivation mechanics yesterday. Naturally, I would forget to update the save load system, as always. But it's pretty easy to do. There's just a couple of is it 2 or 3 variables we need? There's the timer and there's the modifier. Or the multiplier. There's the timer and the multiplier. Is that it? Sleep deprivation timer. There's the sleep timer, and there's a sleep particle timer. I don't need to save that. Sleep timer and sleep multiplier we should save and load. Don't know if you really even need to load the sleep multiplier, but I'll do it anyway. Okay, there we go. So that stuff should be saved and loaded now. I guess we can run a quick test on that. How can we test that, actually? We can set this to some low number, like 10. And we can wait until they become sleep deprived, and then save, and then load, and see if it resets. It shouldn't do. You know, the way that we have it set up right now is that it could even be a compounding effect. With a little bit of extra work, they could become more and more sleep deprived over time. I don't think I'm going to do that though. I think just oh, I'm compiling with YYC, that's why it's slow. Oh, holy moly. I think my shoulder's getting better, but I'm not going to lift today just in case. Probably start again next week as long as it's feeling good. I think it's probably just from like my old neck injuries, kind of like just rearing their ugly head again, you know. I've been attacked a couple of times and really taken some damage to the neck. I'm hoping I'll be good for a drum stream tomorrow. Dude, I feel pain right in here. It's weird. But it can kind of, I guess it can kind of travel. Okay, saving the game, loading the game. There we go. Yeah, that's all working. Great. That is one sleepy tribe of humans right there. So what I actually want to do today is sort of really test this out. Like, what is it like if I, try to build camp? It usually takes quite some time, but generally I'm not focusing on like building camp as fast as humanly possible. How fast can I build camp if it's like all I do? And there's a couple of different ways to go about that, really. I could do the pure worshippers method, which is probably faster, to be honest with you. In fact, I can almost guarantee that it's faster, to the point where we may still need to nerf that miracle. We may still need to nerf Miracle Fur again. I'm still compiling with YYC. God damn it. So right now we have it so that sleep deprivation kicks in if they haven't slept for 48 hours. So it's like, can I realistically get the camp built within that space of time so that everyone has a place to sleep? I'm gonna say probably. I probably can do that. Don't need to worry about moving the trees out anymore, because I can move the tree stumps if I need to. It's great. I guess I could have started accumulating power earlier if I assigned my worshippers right away. Oh, okay. I thought it crashed. It's just the thing telling me that it failed to retrieve the list of... Oh, that's really good. The resurrection shrine right there. That is what you want to see. Strong miracle, super easily accessible. Okay, so I mean okay, we're gonna need something to eat. We're right on the coast, so I'm gonna use fishers. I go with 5. I feel like if you're depending on fishers alone, you need quite a few. And I'm gonna go for a couple of drummers. So that we can have one on either side of camp. This, tree stump in the way or something? I want to put the drum like there. Okay. Still got 2 ungifted humans. They can be additional worshippers. So currently it costs, what is it again? 700 power? How much is it? Oh, 600. I forget how much it costs to supply the fur that I need. I guess we'll find out. 900? Is it 900? If it was no, it's like 750 or something, but I think I'm gonna nerf it so that oh, the help menu doesn't work anymore? What the fuck? Okay, I've broken the help menu at some point. That's new. What the hell? Where's the help menu gone? Anyway, it costs 25 power per fur right now. I think I'll increase that to 30, so it would be like 900 power to fully supply a tent with fur. That makes sense. Let's try. Yeah, it's 750 right now. I should have really done the store first. Oh well. So we're just gonna see, can we get... So it's already night 1. Can we get the tents built? Can we get the tents built before they all succumb to sleep deprivation? They're not going to succumb to sleep deprivation. It's not going to kill them. Can we get the tents built before they all become sleep deprived? Which will seriously slow them down. We do need a couple of water bearers, but this is why I should have built the store first, because my water bearer, if I built the store, then my worshippers wouldn't have to travel as far to drink from the stream. And that would give them more time spent worshipping, which gives me more power per minute. And I can build faster, but we already got one tent built. That's something, I suppose. Even if I'm not being totally efficient. Probably only need like a single water bearer because we're so close to the stream. But we don't have any hunters, so all of the fur that we're gonna get is generated through miracles. Jeez, okay, it's already the evening on day 2. And I think I'm gonna have to increase it. Just in my head, I was thinking it probably should be 3 days. Should probably take them 3 days, 3 days before sleep deprivation kicks in. Because yeah. I know it's unrealistic, but... Okay, they've got the store built now. Let me convert one of my worshippers into a water bearer. The fishers should be dropping off all the fish they've caught. That's going to give everybody something to eat. Yeah, it's night 2. It's night 2, so tomorrow morning they're all going to be sleep deprived already. Okay, I'm gonna change it. I'm also gonna switch to virtual machine. I'm gonna change it to 3 days, which would be what exactly? $720, I believe, which is the same as what? Same as when starvation starts to kick in. It's the same as something. Oh no, dehydration, of course. Yeah, you die of thirst a lot faster than you die of starvation, don't you? Not that I've done that or anything. I mean, I'm still here. There we go. So we'll get 3 days now before sleep deprivation really sets in. And this time I'll try to be a little bit more efficient in the order that I do things. That was a really good spawn that we had as well. It's a shame. Oh well. Yeah, this is the, well, to be honest, if I'm gonna nerf, Miracle Fur, I should probably do that first. And then test that after the rebalance. I think 900 power is pretty good. I mean, if you think about like how long it normally takes the hunters to gather 30 fur, and how many lives that takes, they have to kill several animals, you know. The power equivalent of that should be pretty high. Plus, I want to incentivize using hunters. You know, if it's just always if the better choice is always to just use Miracle Fur, then you're not going to use hunters. Eventually, when we have crafting in the game, the hunters will provide other resources, antlers and hooves and teeth and horns and tusks and things that can be used to craft things. And that will be additional incentive. There's a little bit of additional incentive right now because they also provide meat. They do provide food as well as building materials. Why does the... I gotta write that down. Why is the help menu stopped working? That is very strange. Oh, and there is still some bug with the bear cubs constantly waking up and falling back asleep again in some sort of weird loop. I don't know what's causing that. I don't know what I've done recently that would have prevented the help menu from displaying. I mean, I guess I did change some stuff with regards to drawing those things, drawing stuff on the GUI. So it must have had some kind of a knock-on effect somehow. So this is going to be in global tap Miracle Fur. And then wherever it's 25 God Power, it just needs to be 30. Why does it say God Power less than 30? That's for the store. And it already seems to be set to 30 for some reason. God Power less than... Oh! Wait a minute, what? No, I don't know. I don't know. What is this? Total God Power less than 30. Should really comment my code, shouldn't I? Sup floor God Power divided by 30. Doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right to me. God Power divided by 30? If God Power is less than the required amount of fur times 30, then floor God Power divided by 30 sup equals floor God Power divided by 30 clicked dot fur plus equals sup minus sup times 30. Right. Else, yeah. Okay. And then just supplying the store God power less than 30. That's weird. If God power was less than 30, you wouldn't have enough power to do anything, right? Shouldn't it be God power less than, like, the maximum amount, which would be 900 in this case? So if it's less than 900, you don't have the full amount of power. Oh. The fuck? 30 times 30. 30 times 10 times 3, 900. Else, you know, it just goes to 30. Yeah, I think I've fucked this one up. Well, it's good to know that's fixed now. Okay, so now we have, oh, there's one more thing I have to update, the GUI. Well, you can't even see it right now. Well, maybe we should try and fix that while I'm there, anyway. Miracle fur is 30 power per fur. And why can we not see the... Why can we not see the help menu right now? Show help true. Oh, right. Okay, we got a pretty good spawn again. Fishers are not really viable in this position. It's almost like we need hunters purely to provide food this time around. It's going to be considerably less worshippers, but it is a more realistic test. You know, most players aren't going to be like min-maxing everything like this. I only have one guard, that's not right. Oh shit, get the rest of the tents placed quick. Okay, I nearly have enough power to fully supply the store. Dare say we could just go for a single drummer in this case. fact, I might have enough because the hunters have already brought some in. There we go. That's the store fully supplied already. It is night 1. The sun is about to set on the first night. We've got 3 days to get everything built before the sleep deprivation kicks in. And I am really pushing to get this shit built fast. Oh, fuck. Oh, right. On which object? So I crashed the game by trying to save because I forgot once again to update the save load system after making some changes yesterday. Worship tick. That sounds like something I removed from the obelisk. Line 379. Okay. Why am I looking at this? $379. Oh, I think that might be it. Everything else is based on action timers now. Well, that's unfortunate. Getting these good spawns and then wasting them. Yes, it doesn't happen often, but sometimes you can spawn like on the opposite side of the map to all the streams. That is probably one of the worst things that can happen. I mean, there are levels later without streams, there are levels later with oases instead of streams. Levels with less streams. But you know, this first level, it's supposed to be pretty easy. Like, well, this stream is close enough. We'll be alright. Just gonna need extra water bearers, aren't we? Okay, let's get going here. Oh, I really need to figure out why I'm still getting that error message or that callback failed message when I have Twitch mode disabled. I just don't want it to do any of that. I don't want it to be processing anything to do with Twitch when you have Twitch mode disabled. You know what? Drummers are going to be pretty important in this scenario. Let's get our drummer going. Okay, gotta get the rest of the tents down. Power. Oh, 12 fur, nice. The hunters are doing a good job. There we go, we just need one more. I need like 7 power. As soon as my worshippers get back, we'll be good to go. There we go, that's the store fully supplied. It is night 1, so generally seem to be able to get the store fully supplied by night 1. So I'm going to be focused on getting these tents built as quickly as possible. Ideally we want to get them all built before night 3, when everybody's going to become sleep deprived if they don't get some sleep that night. And again, I've got to remember that your average player is not going to be like min-maxing to this degree. So even if I can kind of get close to having everything built by night 3, it's not going to be the case for most players, but hey, it's part of the game. I don't think we can go much beyond 72 hours of 72 hours without sleep and then still not becoming sleep deprived. That's not a word. Sleep deprived. That's going to be just unrealistic. It's going to be too extreme. Oh shit, we need water bearers, son. I still have 3 ungifted humans as well. What the fuck am I doing? I might just go for 3 water bearers. Just to be on the safe side. I don't know, 2 might be enough, to be honest. Maybe I will go for 2 and an extra worshipper. 3 is safer for like dealing with fires, but then again, can always use miracle water, or can I? I'm using all my power for fur. Bit of a trade-off. I don't want to have to use miracle water. Always make more water bearers when the time comes, if something does catch fire. Okay, how are we doing on fur here, guys? They've got 6 fur into the store now. I'll do a test, or will I? I don't know, but somebody should be along to withdraw this fur from the store before too long. Make use of it. They're supposed to, unless I fucked something up, I really hope not. They're supposed to prioritize supplying the existing frames with fur over building new frames. I really hope that's working. Right now they just seem to be felling trees still. Is anybody going to withdraw this fur? I am somewhat concerned as to why nobody seems to withdrawing this fur. Don't tell me I've broken it again. God, we spent so long trying to get that working. Yeah, why are they just building frames when there's 18 fur in the store now? There's clearly these 2 completed frames here. So they've gone back to, it looks like they've gone back to building frames instead of supplying frames with fur. Why is that? Oh! Okay, they're doing it, they're doing it. Here we go. Just took them a minute. Yeah, so it's like, it's probably like only if they can get on that. They seem to be really on it now. I don't know what Could have been that they had like a... If they still had lumber in their inventory, I think that might have prevented them from doing it, or if... I'll just drop a bunch more fur in the store for them there. That is slower, actually, because they need to retrieve it from the store instead of... I'm kind of curious about this behavior now. I nearly have enough to... So we're on night 2, right? Is it night 2? Or is this night 3? Is everyone about to become sleep deprived already? God, it's difficult to get everything built in time, isn't it? As soon as I have 900 fur, I'll fully supply another frame. I don't know, nobody's sleep deprived yet. Am I even gaining power? I think so. Okay, so it's day 3, so if nobody gets to sleep, so anybody who doesn't get to sleep tonight is going to become sleep deprived, and we only have a single tent built this morning. Here we go on the second one. We do have 31 fur in the store though, so that's pretty good. That's enough for another whole tent. It would have been faster for me to supply the tents directly instead of putting the fur in the store, because the carpenters can only carry 8 at once because of their inventory size. And yes, it may be faster to... we are right on the coast. Why am I using hunters? That's a good point. We need to wait for these hunters to bring in this fresh kill and convert them all into fishers and use the additional hunters as worshippers. Then I can gain power faster and get more fur. It's already evening time on day 2. This is day 3 technically. The hunters are coming back in. Let's wait for them to clear out their inventories. Shit, they just immediately got another kill. Yeah, the optimal move in this situation would have probably been to use fishers. We're really close to the coast. You can maybe get away with like 3 fishers, as long as you had a drummer there to speed up their travel time. I mean, yeah. Okay. It could also be when they have like a tree in memory. Like, if they've started felling a particular tree, they remember that, and they will finish felling it. That could have also prevented them from withdrawing that fur from the store. If they were like, oh, I need to... So everyone who doesn't get some sleep tonight is going to become sleep deprived in the morning. Did the carpenters get sleep? See one of them there. Again, he's felling instead of withdrawing, which is a bit of a pain. It's not really what I want them to be doing. He's decided he's going to deposit some lumber now. These guys are dealing with an aggressive bear. Gathering firewood, okay. So I didn't really make the optimal decisions here. I think we could have used 3 fishers instead of 5 hunters and had 2 extra worshippers. Nearly have enough fur for another tent. So those guys who just woke up will not be sleep deprived today, but there we go, everyone else is. So my rate of power gain is going to be slower now from those sleep-deprived worshippers and everything. There we go, it's another fully supplied tent. If they were a little bit better at prioritizing withdrawing fur from the store, they might have actually gotten a 3rd tent built. of my... It seems like only one of my 3 carpenters is sleep deprived, so that helps a little bit, I suppose. Is anyone... Okay, he's withdrawing some of that fur now. Wait, was he? He just put it... Oh, he just put it back again? Does that mean he got allocated to withdraw fur, but then reallocated to gather firewood instead? That's not good. We don't want that to happen. That would be a bug. If they've been allocated to withdraw fur, we want them to finish that task. We don't want them getting reallocated to do something else. So I was thinking about how maybe they should prioritize, like, letting the sleep-deprived humans, you know, sleep. So it's like we add the sleep-deprived humans to a list, and then if that list is empty, then everyone can freely sleep. If that list is not empty, then they can only sleep if they're on that list of sleep-deprived humans. And that way, it would prioritize letting the sleep-deprived humans get some sleep before everyone else, which would help, you know, the tribe recover faster as a whole. But it can lead to issues like you have a bunch of sleep-deprived hunters out on a hunt, and they either don't return that night, or they take... Well, they would return, I suppose. Maybe they just take a really long time to return, and in the meantime nobody else is sleeping, because we're waiting for these sleep-deprived hunters to get back. And that kind of... I imagine that would sort of confuse the players. They would be like, why are they not sleeping, you know? Because it doesn't really make sense. If those hunters aren't even in camp right now, then surely everyone else is just going to kind of opportunistically sleep in their absence. So, yeah, I don't think we're going to do it, to be honest with you. Yeah, they're just not very good at, like, knowing when to withdraw fur from the store. Still. They are doing it, but kind of slower than we would hope. And I'm pretty sure that one of them withdrew some fur and then got reallocated to gather firewood instead. And then they put the fur back and started gathering firewood. So, I don't know. Although it's unrealistic, we might actually need to increase the time before sleep deprivation sets in to, like, a week. Just to give the player a chance to get everything built. But it's kind of... It would be weird, right? Nobody slept in a week, and they were completely unaffected for that whole week, and then suddenly now they're sleep deprived after being awake for a week. It kind of doesn't make sense. Oh my god. I'm sure the water bearers will take care of this. Well, I hope so. Yeah. That's one thing. I don't think it allocates water bearers based on distance. It's not like the closest water bearer to a burning person is going to be the one to extinguish them. Okay, they just got another tent built, so I have enough power to fully supply this. And then probably just let the hunters take care of the rest. We almost have enough to get the crash built as well. So yeah, there was a bit of sleep deprivation before we got everything built, and maybe, like I say, because I used hunters instead of fishers, we weren't making completely optimal decisions. It's possible I could have gotten there a bit quicker, but tonight everyone will have a place to sleep. All of the sleep deprivation will be cleared. it'll be good. I think 3 days is about the best I can do without it seeming unrealistic. An unrealistically long amount of time before sleep deprivation sets in. And we do need to look into this, like, add this to the known bugs list. Oh, does the help menu work again? Yeah, that's good. Carpenters who have been allocated to withdraw fur from the store being reassigned to gather firewood Okay, so I'd say it can just about be done if you're really focused on getting camp built as soon as possible. And I like it a lot because it is really kind of a prerequisite now. Like, you basically need to get camp built before you start unlocking any shrines or expansion stones or anything. What the fuck is going on outside today? Jesus Christ. I'd be surprised if a vehicle came through the wall in a minute. Yeah. It's good. I really like that change because before it felt so optional to build camp. It was like, well, why would I even need to build camp? And now it's like, well, if my worshippers are all sleep deprived, it's going to take them fucking forever to unlock any shrines or portal stones or expansion stones. So you basically need to get camp built so that your worshippers aren't frickin' sleep deprived. And I really like that. Because it's like the first thing you do in every level is get camp built. It doesn't feel like this thing where it's like, well, why would I even need to do that? You know, there's a very good reason to do that now. Everything changes. Even the rate that you gain power is halved. The rate everybody performs their actions is slower. The rate at which they unlock shrines is slower. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. I really like that change. You know, I wasn't really aware of how much I was of how much I was gonna like that. When I was doing it, it just seemed like the natural. Again, it's just kind of based on real life in a way. Game is inspired by nature, and if you're sleep deprived, everything takes longer. And I love the clarity, the distinction as well. They move slower if they're injured, you know, if they have less HP, they move more slowly. You know, it was suggested when we were speculating about it in the past, oh, should they move more slowly when they're sleep deprived? I really like the distinction there. If they're moving slowly, you know they're injured. If they're performing actions slowly, you know that they're sleep deprived because of the particle effects, really, but it's a very clear distinction. There's no overlap. Like, oh, are they moving slowly because they're injured, or are they moving slowly because they're sleep deprived? There's no confusion, and I love those clear boundaries. I love really clear sort of game rules like that that are very easy to understand. There's no room for confusion. Yeah, so that is very cool. I'm tempted to do one more. Also, I'm on normal mode. If you were on easy mode, it would be easier, of course, but I'm tempted to try that one more time, see if I can get all the tents built before everybody gets, or anybody gets sleep deprived. I'm being a bit more efficient about it, although I think I need to open another window. I'm boiling for some reason today. I mean, I do want them to prioritize feeding the fire over withdrawing fur, but I don't want them to literally stop withdrawing fur if that's what they've been allocated to do and switch. I'm not even sure how that would be possible, to be honest with you. I think actually I just want to look into that real quick. Once again, that build that I put out yesterday was kind of jank. Had its issues for sure. I feel like I might need a vape today. I don't know. Maybe I should just listen to my gut on that one. Right, let's take a quick look into this here and I'll pack a ball in a minute. So it's like, how, I didn't think it was possible for them to be reallocated to gathering firewood if they've been allocated to withdraw fur from the store. Right. Right, you shouldn't be able to do this if you're the guy who's been allocated to... Oh, maybe I... Oh, it looks right. Oh, wait a minute, what is all this? What is all this? Shit. Yeah, it's gonna be this, isn't it? Right, these... Okay, my bad. Well, we can fix this. This is supposed to be universal, but now this is like separate. I think, if I'm reading it correctly. And, oh wait, we have brackets here though. As far as I can tell, that should be fine. Right? It's like this. This is all universal. All the way down to here. And then it's like all of this and this. Or this, or this, or this. second. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I don't know, I'm gonna pack a ball. Today just feels like one of those days where I could really benefit from medicating. Don't know what's wrong with me, but it's one of those days. Oh, I think I see it, right, because no, this ore is inside of those brackets now. So it's like this and this and this and this, and this or this, and this, and this or this or this. I don't think it should be possible. I'm not sure what's causing this. I mean, it could possibly, like, possibly they're not being allocated correctly. I think that's in here. What am I looking at? I'm in the wrong event. Ah, it's a script. Right, shouldn't it be like all four of them? How would that cause an issue here? Could it cause an issue? I've been allocated to withdraw this fur from the store. I go to the store, I withdraw it. I actually return to idle again after I've done that. The idea then being that they decide to do something with that fur that they've just withdrawn. However, no, that couldn't be it, because they wouldn't be allowed to be assigned to be the responding carpenter to store firewood. No, we're not talking about store fire, we're talking about this one. Responding campfire. Maybe there's some sort of state firewood. State feed fire as well. Yeah. Oh, what? I suppose it would equal no one in that. Would it? No. No. I think there's the problem. Responding carpenter store firewood should not equal ID. The same as the other two. I think that's the problem. If that's it, that bug has existed for a really long time, and I had no idea. Just like a little kind of, probably was like copy pasting and forgot to change something. Wait, look, this one's the same. That shows up in a couple of places. I'm trying to think if there's a reason for it to be this way. Or did I think there was a reason for it to be this way? I'm pretty sure it's a mistake. Okay, it's going to be well, we can just run it back and we'll see. It's kind of a difficult one to test a little bit. One, because it's somewhat rare, but also because there's just a lot going on. 3 different carpenters moving around doing things, and you have to, like, actually see what's going on. I think that could have been it, though. I hope I'm correct about that, and this doesn't cause some other issue. See what kind of spawn we get this time. Okay, pretty coastal. We got a stream right there. Get the washers going. We're not gonna go with hunters. Where are all the mushrooms? There we go. Okay. Yeah, drummer could be useful. Maybe put them on this side. Okay, and we still got 7 ungifted humans. Wow. Am I missing something? Oh, we don't have the fishers yet. Do we really need them until we're kind of getting close to having the store built? I don't know. Let's get the tents placed, for God's sake. Everyone can be worshippers until we need fishers and water bearers when the store is built, right? We're gonna get the store built in record time this way as well. Maximal power gain. 700. Oh fuck, that is really not what I meant to do. Ah. Okay, just slowed us down there. Okay, how are we looking? Well, there's not going to be any fur on there because we have no hunters. 900 power, I'll be able to fully supply this frame. And we'll get the store built. Okay, now we need... I'm gonna go with... We probably only need 1 water bearer, to be honest with you, but 2 would be safer. And let's get 3 fishers. Dare say we could move the drum and try to cover the route to the coast and the route to the stream with the same drum. That's definitely not gonna reach. Okay. Do we go with a second drummer? I think so. It's less power, but we can speed up the fishers, which means they'll have more food, and in turn be able to spend more time worshipping as a result. 11 worshippers has the additional downside of being 1 off of 12, which would be enough to unlock 4 separate shrines simultaneously. I was watching a GDC talk this morning, and they were talking about like the power of threes, and threes being kind of a magic number because it's easier to like remember essentially things in threes. The whole 3 worshippers per group thing makes I do feel it. It makes a lot of sense. It sort of got me thinking about like, is having 4 miracles per level too much? Should we actually reduce that down to 3? We have to stick with, well, we could change the design, I suppose. But I'm saying right now, we kind of have to, I really don't want to have to change it either, my god. Inevitably, I'll probably have to change, like, where the particle effects spawn when we get replacement sprites, replacement art assets for the game. But I'd really rather not. But we could potentially change this so that it only requires 3 portal stones to open it instead of 4. So you can... Hey, Leeds... Okay, I'm really struggling with this name. I want to say Leeds Scalngin? Am I even remotely close? I'm not sure. I'm doing alright, thanks. How are you? So that you can use it, you can flip it and use it the other way, right? And if you have some weird number like 4 or what would be another one, 7? But 4 definitely, like, so you can use it to make it feel kind of, well, harder to remember essentially. So you can make it feel like there's more stuff by having 4 shrines in the map instead of 3. It actually becomes more difficult to remember them, which in turn just makes it feel like there's more stuff in the map, like in quite a significant way. And I think that's probably important because in this game we have such small maps. So using that to our advantage is going to make them feel more populated with stuff. So actually it could be kind of a good thing that we have 4 shrines and not 3. It makes the map seem a lot busier. Okay, I totally went off on a tangent. We can supply 2 more frames. It's... Jesus Christ. It's, what is this? Night 3? Already? We barely have any fish in the store. I'm not sure if we're even really keeping up on the amount of food that we need right now. Yeah, it's not looking good. We have, what, 3? 2? Oh, only 2 fishers. That makes sense. No, I thought we had 3. Okay, I think anybody who doesn't sleep tonight will have sleep deprivation in the morning. And we only have a single tent built. Shit. What happened? Are hunters really that strong? I don't know. I would have thought it was faster to use more worshippers. I suppose that the thing with the hunters, they're doubling up. They're both providing the food and a little bit of fur. So maybe using the fishers, not having that added bonus is like... Maybe that was enough to make the difference. Oh no, wait, do we have 1 more day? Okay, we have 1 more day. We have 24 hours to get these tents built. Maybe it's Leeds Scalngin. Leeds Scalngin. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe it's not worth the trade-off of like the couple of extra worshippers that I can get. by doing 3 fishers instead of 5 hunters. Didn't really think of that. That's pretty cool. Okay, it's evening already. We're gonna hopefully get a 3rd tent finished for tonight. Like, half of the tribe, slightly over half of the tribe is gonna be able to sleep. But I don't think I can extend it beyond like 72 hours, really. Not without it seeming strange that these guys are just only need to sleep like once a week. But if it was any shorter than 3 days, I think it would be, I mean, it would be so difficult to get anything built. You might have like 1 tent finished by the time everybody becomes sleep deprived, and then you're dealing with this pretty massive debuff until you can get the tents finished, and it's a debuff that's gonna, you know, slow down how quickly you can get the tents finished by about 50%. Looks like the worshippers are going to be worshipping through the night. That's something, I suppose. Really puts the pressure on. And when a player is learning the ropes, you know, they're going to be like figuring things out. They're not going to be efficiently building. And everybody's going to be sleep deprived before you know it. But it might be a good thing in the sense that they're like, oh, everybody's sleep deprived, I should be building tents. That's when they'll kind of realize that's what they're supposed to be doing, right? No, it is half the tribe. What am I saying? Half the tribe is sleeping. We're not going to have enough food for breakfast today. Not for everyone. So we're really right on the edge as well, using these fishers instead of... I mean, I suppose it's true, we're not that coastal, but you couldn't get much closer. You can't spawn much closer to the coast than this. This is pretty close. Okay, let's supply another tent. It is a problem. I should just add it in text. Why didn't I think of that? I should add the names when you right-click on these, because right now there's no way to differentiate between the foundations or the frames. The finished tents at least have letters on them. I should just add it in text at the top. It's a pretty easy fix, isn't it? Also, I remember I've implemented most of the changes, or the, like, quality of life improvements. I've implemented most of Mr. D-Boy's suggestions. But the one that I haven't is putting, like, nameplates on the animals so you know what's what. I mean, it's only necessary for as long as we have, or don't have, sprites, and everything's just placeholders. But considering everything's placeholders right now, maybe we should do it. pretty chill. Pretty chill. I like how if you don't really go out into the wilderness, you're kind of fine. Like, the animals don't really fuck with you. Not too often anyway. Eventually the wolves will start roaming the map, hunting and stuff. And an aggressive bear might just happen to wander over at some point, but pretty rare it seems like. I mean, it's not constantly under attack anyway, but then it's if you start sending out hunting parties or sending out worshippers to unlock shrines and such, then that's kind of when you invoke nature's wrath, shall we say. And I kind of like that. I kind of like that it's pretty mellow until you kind of decide to venture out a little bit. So we're up to 4 tents. We still got a lot of sleep-deprived people wandering around. Really sort of puts a dampener on things, really slows down the pace. There's not too many. There's really not too many sleep-deprived humans. You could even implement something where they, like, sleep in the day if they're sleep-deprived. That's an interesting idea. Or perhaps... don't know if I want to do that. Yeah, sleeping in the day, like they just try and sleep off the sleep deprivation at the first available opportunity. And that's basically a single check, right? I mean, it needs to be implemented in a few different locations, but if they're sleep, we could either base it on the timer, or you could base it on the multiplier itself. I'd say if sleep deprivation multiplier is less than 1, then just do all of the normal kind of sleeping behavior, regardless of the time of day. Based on how things work right now, without making any additional changes, they would like go to sleep in the day and sleep all the way through until the following morning? Yeah. Oh, but you could wake them up early, and that would actually be kind of like an exploit. You could, like, you can still do that. You can already do that, to be honest with you. Oh, interesting. So maybe we need a thing that's like they need to get a certain quantity of sleep before the debuff is removed. Or it can only be removed by waking up in the morning, naturally. Waking up naturally, you could say. That seems like I mean, it's just less effort to implement, mainly. It's more efficient, too. You're not running some sort of additional timer. Okay, I've enough for another tent. Almost enough for this one as well. So, we're getting everything built within the first week. I feel like we did a little bit better last time when I used hunters instead of fishers. I think that's kind of cool. I like the risk to reward there. If it really is that much better that the hunters are bringing in that little bit of fur as well. I mean, they did pretty well in the last map. They brought in quite a bit of fur. But that also means, you know, you're taking the additional risk of sending out your hunters and potentially encountering wild animals that that may be a threat. So I like that. I kind of like the play style. I didn't, you know, intentionally balance it that way. That's just kind of how it worked out. Still got this one poor sleep-deprived worshipper. That's what I mean. We just had a little roving band of wolves wandering into camp. We had more than enough guards and hunters to scare them off, though. Yeah, I quite like that idea, because it's like they're just clamoring to get to sleep as soon as possible. As soon as there's a tent available, they'll sleep, essentially. That's what the behavior looks like, and then they sleep through until the next morning, so they sleep for extra long, which kind of is like, oh, they're catching up on sleep, which is physically impossible, by the way. Don't miss out on your sleep. It sort of takes them out of action for a minute, for a day, whilst you do that. Not necessarily a full day, but depending on when the tent becomes available, I suppose, or when... But in the long run, is that probably worth it? Like, it does open up some weird possibilities as well of like only building half the tents that you actually need and kind of rotating the humans. Not even rotating, but like having almost like a day shift and a night shift. Jesus Christ, is that where the concept came from? Of course it is. We can make more profits if we just rotate them in. Let's get half of these fuckers sleeping all day and working all night. Jesus Christ. There's just something inherently wrong with that idea, isn't there? You can just kind of tell that that's fucked up. But I sort of like the idea of them they're just trying to sleep off that debuff as soon as possible, you know? There is nothing that will wake up carpenters to build. If the carpenters are all asleep already and you fully supply something like that, they're not going to wake up to finish building it so that, like, someone else has a place to sleep. And I think that makes sense. I think we'll keep it like that. Mainly because of the disturbance that it would cause for the rest of the tribe, and that it would be almost impossible to see what you were doing. I mean, it's not like we can factor in, we could, but we don't factor in light levels when determining what they should be doing. I've thought about factoring light levels in, like having it affect their perception score by reducing their perception radius when it's dark, but if you wanted to be truly realistic about that, you'd need to, like, take into consideration the local light level, or almost like the light level of the thing that you're looking at. Oh, I mean, you wouldn't necessarily have to do that. it would probably, just based on the fact that there aren't many lights in the world, essentially, you could probably just get away with reducing their perception radius by 50% at night, and that would be it. That would be extremely problematic in the polar climate, the Arctic tundra, actually, specifically. Because it's night for like 6 months out of the year, and day for the other 6 months. That would, I mean, that might kind of play kind of interestingly, though. It's like you have this greatly reduced perception for literally half the time. Normally it's half the time. No, it's not. The nights are shorter than the days. What am I talking about? Yeah. But it's more about the distribution, or the length of the wave, I guess. Okay, well, we did it within a week. We got everything built, basically. I'm pretty sure it's it's like an easy thing to implement. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that bug fix that we did. I don't really know if it worked. I'll put it on tentative when I'm less stoned. Might want to look into that bear cub bug as well today. If I can fix that, we have like a very sort of bug-free build. That's kind of that's like, well, there's obviously, like, we just found a bug recently. There's probably bugs I'm unaware of still, but out of the bugs I'm aware of, if I get that fixed, we got a pretty bug-free build on our hands here. Uh-huh. Oh boy. Really? Put extra brackets there. Say, or sleep multiplier. Why does it never auto-finish that? Less than 1. Right. I'm trying to think if there's anywhere else that we would need to add that. I don't think so. It's pretty simple. When deciding whether they should sleep or not, it's pretty simple. Yeah, that's basically it. So now it will essentially sleep as soon as a tent becomes available if they're sleep deprived, regardless of the time of day. Wasn't it campfire related though? I'm just thinking back to that carpenter bug. Which ones was it? It was... No, if it was... What the fuck? I thought I changed this. Hold on. Okay. Right, no, I can totally see this making sense. Oh, wait a second. Responding store firewood. Responding carpenter camp. This time, no, this time we want it like that. I mean, okay. That's supposed to be like that. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Kind of wonder how necessary these checks even are. If we only let them get into these states when, the right conditions are true, then why do we need to check stuff here? I don't know. Maybe we don't. Mm-hmm. Oh. What am I missing here? Why do I feel like I'm missing one? No, it's always 5, isn't it? Yeah, I can't see any issues there. I don't know. We probably didn't fix it. What? It might just be that they don't get on the tracker quick enough. I mean, that's what we tried to prevent. That was the original problem. We tried to essentially delay it so that somebody had to be on that tracker, or some other conditions, but try to delay it so that, they get chance to be added to the nearest. Yeah, what about well, that's the thing. We did it for the store. We never bothered to do it for the campfire itself, right? That would explain it. Okay, so what are you saying? It's got to be one or the other. Where the fuck am I? It's gotta be one or the other. What is this? Did I turn it into a script or something? Did I make a script? Oh god, that was confusing. Okay, so... Oh, what? Unsupplied foundations. Nearest available carpenter store is not equal no one. Basically, I think that... But I mean, the thing is, they should have been allocated at that time. Hmm. Yeah. Doesn't really explain it. Wait a minute. Sure, on depositing. That wasn't the issue, though. Yeah, no, I didn't think so. No, I can't explain it, dude. Oh, wait. Yeah. What? Yeah. No, that doesn't... Wait a minute. $17.89. 3,343. 1621. 1620. What was the first one? 1339. Was it? State. 1789. The other one was like in the 3000s. mean, yeah, it doesn't make sense because they've been allocated, and that should just block them regardless of state prioritization. Withdrawing fur is lower priority than gathering firewood. However, you can only gather firewood if they're the nearest available carpenter and nobody's already been assigned to do it. Or they've been assigned to do it, and then they haven't been assigned to withdraw fur from the store or anything else. Could it have been an interrupt script and I just like wasn't fully aware of what was going on in the situation? Maybe. I don't think interrupt scripts run in those states. Or do they? Or if they do, isn't there exceptions built into the scripts? What state would they have been in there? Something like supply for us? Maybe that's... Does that have something to do with it? Bleed and Portal are the only ones running. No. That's what I thought. Okay, supplying fur is the lowest priority. Well, it's lower priority than gathering firewood. But again, they should be blocked by this. You know, couldn't it just be achieved through... Yeah, actually, maybe it could. Maybe it could just be achieved through state prioritization. Why is with... Wait, this is withdrawing. Where's supplying? What's that? Why is supplying and withdrawing fur the lowest priority thing in here if we actually do want them to prioritize that above gathering firewood? Okay. I don't know whether it should be higher priority than feeding the fire if you literally have the firewood in your inventory. Higher priority than withdrawing firewood? I mean, it's not really about the priority. It's about if you've been allocated to do it, we don't want you to switch tasks. It kind of is about the priority, though. It is true, you shouldn't be able to switch tasks once you've been allocated to one, but if there's two things that need doing, if the fire needs feeding and there's a frame that needs to be supplied with fur, we want you to prioritize supplying the frame with fur. That's my... Do we though? I was originally just thinking I don't want them to be reallocated, reassigned. It's one of those things like, does food become, does food come before shelter? Do they always want to be prioritizing getting the tents, or do they want to prioritize keeping that fire going? You could say there's additional logic to be factored in there as to whether they have any fishers or hunters. Because if you only have foragers, then they don't really need the fire to prepare the food. But that's getting a little bit extreme. I feel like, let's just say when you go camping, you generally set up the tent before you get a fire going. In that sense, it's like, do you not sort of just make camp before you worry about the fire? It's not to say they will completely ignore the fire until everything's built. It's just that if there is fur in the store and a tent that needs it, they'll prioritize supplying it with that fur. I do think it's the way to go. But this doesn't fix them being reassigned if that is an issue. Potentially if their build target changed, they would get removed from this state and unassigned, depending on what their build target changed to. Right? If they're targeting... No, it's not really possible. No, because they would never... They would never actually, except for if like it was unintended, they would never actually target a build that is... No, that's not true. No, that's absolutely not true. But then if they would prioritize gathering firewood over constructing that thing... Yeah, but this is... Okay, yeah. But, okay, right. Because at the time of... Oh, interesting. At the time of leaving the store after withdrawing the fur, they return to idle, which is when they recalculate their build target. And they could potentially switch targets at that stage to a tent that is now fully supplied with fur and requires construction. But then, because gathering firewood is actually higher priority than constructing things, they would default to that task. So it's like they were broken out of the supply fur state for another reason than the task that they're actually going to perform. Keep forgetting it's in a script. Where is it? Like looking for a needle in a haystack. So you would have to, let's see, carpenter, not responding carpenter, what? Global. Yeah, sure. Okay. And you have not been... We could also just say, like, and you have not already been assigned to some task. Or we could specifically say, and you have not already been assigned to supply something with fur. I'm not sure which one of those we want. Yeah, as far as I can tell, we just kind of want to lock it in. Once you've been assigned to do something, just lock in the build target. And we don't update it again until you're unassigned again. Where the fuck is this gonna go? Why have I got so many brackets, man? Oh, if you're a carpenter and... Jesus Christ. I think it goes outside of these brackets. Let me just read it through. Oh, somebody has been assigned, but not you. Uh-huh. What the fuck is wrong with my enter key? Oh, it's like doing some autocomplete shit? I thought my enter key was broken. Campfire, firewood, fur, lumber. There you go. So you can only update your build target if you're not currently assigned to a task. So, you know, if I've been assigned to go and withdraw some fur from the store to supply this tent frame that needs it, I'm going over there. Going in the store, I'm getting the fur, I'm leaving this, I'm going to go supply it with the fur, and then my build target changes at that point, where it would actually be at that point when I finished withdrawing the fur from the store. I step back outside, I return to idle for a brief moment, my build target gets updated because now there's some other tent is fully supplied with fur. For example, or I'm currently targeting a frame that requires fur, but targeting fully supplied frames is higher priority than targeting. Okay, so that's what it would have to be. It'd have to be some other frame is now fully supplied with fur, even though I've just been assigned to go and withdraw fur from the store to supply a frame. Could have even been me. It could have literally been that. No, I don't think it was, if I remember rightly. Because that would have kind of made more sense in my head. Plus, I'm remembering that situation. I don't think I was supplying any frames with fur at the time. But of course, that would do it if, like, they'd been assigned to withdraw fur from the store to supply this frame, and then whilst they're on the way to that frame, you fully supply it with fur. They're gonna stop what they're doing, and I think they would actually, if there was another tent that needed fur, they would switch to a different tent. If there were no more tents that needed fur, they would return it to the store. Because there could be quite a bit of separation there, I suppose. Like, okay, I've been allocated to withdraw some fur from the store, and then almost immediately after that, another tent is fully supplied with fur. There would be nothing to break me out of my current state. I would keep going all the way to the store, withdraw that fur, and then at that point I would see, oh hey, I actually need to build this other tent here. Let me put this fur back in the store. And then I would leave the store a second time and be like, because it's just purely because it was higher priority, then I'm like, oh, actually, I need to gather some firewood because the fire's going out. But now we've switched up the state prioritization there as well to where we would actually prioritize constructing that tent. No, that's not true. No, we actually wouldn't. We would still gather firewood in that scenario. Well, no, we actually... Only if we did half of the changes we've actually done. Only if we changed the state prioritization. But we've done this to where they're actually locked in. Their build target is locked in once they've been assigned to a task. So basically now it looks like, oh, I've been assigned to withdraw fur from the store to supply this tent frame. And then I go to the store, I withdraw it, I leave the store, I don't update it, no matter what's going on with the rest of the tents and stuff, I don't update my build target. I'm still targeting that same thing. And I supply it, and then once I'm done supplying it, then I'm a free carpenter again. I'm not assigned to any particular task, and then I can be assigned to something else. And because we changed the state prioritization, well, it wouldn't even matter, but because there's stuff on the stuff in there to prevent them from like gathering firewood and stuff if they've been assigned to another task. I'm pretty sure I understand it. I'm not quite 100%. I'm pretty sure I understand everything that's going on. It's funny being in this place. I don't know if this is at all relatable to anybody or what, but you know, I feel like I'm in this weird middle ground of intelligence where I'm not a very intelligent person, but at the same time I'm more intelligent than most. And so I'm kind of hated by a lot of people, my intelligence, but also not intelligent enough to really like benefit from my own intelligence in any way. It's very unusual. Like, I'm not intelligent enough to be like doing well in life or something, but I'm also not stupid at the same time. I'm in some awful sort of middle ground where I don't really belong anywhere or something, it feels like. Regardless of how I fit into society as a whole, I am very happy that I'm able to understand this stuff now because my learning disabilities prevented me from understanding programming at all when I was younger, really. You know, I'm a bit late to the game, but I'm glad I actually get it now. It's honestly kind of crazy to me, the people I knew in high school and still do, who were like great programmers already at that age, and I just couldn't make heads or tails of it. Like, I still can't really do math. Shit, gotta get the rest of the tents placed. Cool. Cool. That was funny when D-Boy was testing it. Mr. D-Boy. He placed the tents down, and because they like snap to the grid, but you can't see the grid, I suppose. He was like, oh, the tents don't place down like where you put them. I was like, yeah, because that would completely fuck up the navigation grid. Like, I did all this work to make them snap and into place and everything's perfect, and then someone's going to be like, oh, the tents are broken. They don't go like where I put them. Come on, dude. Give me a break. I just thought it was kind of funny, because like in my head I'm so aware that everything's on a grid, right? But I guess it doesn't look like it, maybe? From the player's perspective, depending on how in the know you are about game development stuff, I don't know. Different engines and just different ways of doing things will be completely different as well. Like maybe, I don't think Mr. D-Boy's game is on a grid. I think it uses some other completely different form of pathfinding. I mean, everything's on a grid because it's all pixels at the end of the day. It's a grid of pixels, but you know what I mean. I think I've seen like some of his like navigation mesh stuff before. Oh my god, I'm too busy talking. I'm not supplying the tents with fur. Get the store built. I'm pretty sure we don't need... I'm gonna go with 2 water bearers, though. I'll go with 2 water bearers. And then we have exactly 9 worshippers, which is 3 groups of 3, which is perfect. I don't know, not that we're unlocking any shrines, but just kind of imagining. I'm just kind of playing how I normally play. Yeah, I'm a bit of a power gamer. I'll min-max everything to the nth degree, but I know most players won't be doing that at all. They'll be like just playing in their own style for whatever insane reasons that I could never possibly think of. Like you play enough D&D, you realize you can never actually predict the player, so just give up. People will be doing all kinds of crazy shit that I never even thought of, won't they? Okay, so it's day 2, and we're about to get our first tent built. Hunters are bringing in some fur, that's going to help. I just got to grab something to drink real quick. Well, that could do it right. I think the bear cubs might be waking up before their mother, but they have something that makes them go to sleep if their mother is asleep. We just don't allow them to wake up until their mother wakes up, basically. Or even only allow them to wake up when their mother wakes up. Perhaps. Just to keep them together, because one of them's still asleep and they start wandering off. Might be an issue. Or it might kind of help break them up a little bit in a good way, I don't know. You see, we've got 18 fur in the store and they're still not really making good use of it. There we go, finally. Oh, but he did the thing again. He just withdrew it and then redeposited it again immediately. This is a problem. They're withdrawing some again now and putting it back again. They're all over the place. Yeah, this is not good. Figuring out what would cause them to do that. So I guess it's not the changing of the build target if we've locked that in now. Should have probably made a save there. Could have been useful. Is that 2 bears with 1 cub each, or is that... Oh my god, I think it is. Is it? This could end badly. We're just gonna get you out of there, okay? Shit, I don't have the rest of the tents placed. Slacking. It's funny that you can move the tree stumps now. I could make it so dropping them in the ocean, like, destroys them. You could just clear them off the map if you really wanted to. We don't have a drummer. We don't have a drummer. Okay, they're getting the store built now. We do need a couple of water bearers. Well, 1 is probably enough, actually. We're so close to that stream. Holy shit, what, we all died to wolves? I had no idea. Oh my god. How did this happen? I don't recall seeing any warning about that. Is that a bug? Well, shit. That's not gonna help. Where's resurrection? Oh, beautiful. It's gonna slow us down getting these tents built though, but... We got lucky it was so close. Oh my god, more wolves. Sweet Jesus. Holy cow. Yeah, I'm pretty scared for this hunter. I don't think they should be going over there. This bear's still hanging around. It's gonna go after the worshippers again, isn't it? It's starting to rain as well. Yeah, things are looking bleak. So yeah, we're gaining power quite a lot slower. Having to send these worshippers out to unlock the resurrection shrine. Which seems to be going incredibly fucking slowly for some reason. They're not sleep deprived yet, so it shouldn't be that. But I mean, it's going slow, dude. It's as if they're sleep deprived, I'll tell you that. It's not even moving. Oh god. Oh, it is. It's just really slow. Yeah. Okay, what's going on there? Because they're clearly not sleep deprived, but this is going slow as fuck. I think I might be dividing it by the wrong list, you know? Hold up. I should have fucking saved again. God damn it. I do have a save from earlier. I think I might be dividing it by the wrong list. Nope. That's target.worshippers for sure. Do I don't... Wait a minute. You fucking kidding me? It only ticks once per second. Good lord. It's because I copy-pasted it from the prayer code. My god. Yeah, the power, if the power was to have a longer name, it would be called prayer power, I guess. And there's an additional condition here. The action timer is completely irrelevant, in fact, isn't it? Why would we need an action timer? We don't. So we can delete this completely and we can repurpose this. It's supposed to be like target dot, ds list size target dot worshippers is greater than or equal to target dot required worshippers, I think it is. Required worshippers. Okay, so I had that all wrong. Okay, that explains a lot. Once again, the build that I released yesterday was completely fucked. I do that a lot. It's like... I don't know, in this case I made some mistakes, I guess. What's going on with the carpenters? They're doing this thing where they redeposit the fur into the store after withdrawing it. That's my top priority right now. That's what I should be fixing. And it's not because their build target is changing, because we prevented that now. Oh yeah, I added some like debug messages above their head. Okay, okay. All of the fur that I create with power, I should just put directly into the store and watch what the carpenters do. Holy shit, we don't have any guards yet. Oh my god. Well, I was lucky that it just like randomly fell asleep there. That is probably why they need to switch from attacking directly into fleeing. I really do need to do that. It's not just like an optional thing. Yeah, okay, well. We don't have any healers. This guy's hobbling around. Let's get some healers going. Whoa, what? Oh, they switched to the other one, right? They always prioritize the lowest health human. Crazy. Crazy stuff. Where are all the fucking mushrooms, dude? There we go. Okay, keep an eye on the... How much power have we got now? Still one in ungifted human remaining. Somewhere. Why would he deposit that lumber if there's clearly foundations that need it? So his targeting must be messed up. What's going on here? Yeah, they keep depositing lumber even though they still need it. This guy's been allocated to withdraw the fur, and then he immediately redeposits it again. and starts felling. Fuck. Oh man. Okay, why are they all targeting this one? Maybe they have... No, doesn't make sense. Why are they targeting this one now? They should switch to this one, right? I mean... Why are they targeting this one? There's fur in the store, guys. You should be targeting these frames over here. Right, okay, so they're not having time to assign the nearest available carpenter to the store. That would be my guess. Look, I've enabled the thing, the tracker for that. I think we might just have to switch that back to being instant update, to be honest with you. It always seemed to work in the past. It's not as good for performance, of course. Or is there a way that I can figure it out? Responding carpenter store for no one, and you are the nearest available carpenter to the store. My thing is like what I was trying to do is prevent the rest of this stuff from happening. Yeah, that's if, okay, so if, right, that's where it's confusing. And responding comments software not equal no one, and does not equal ID. And then not equal no one, not equal ID. Tool for carpenters. Less than or equal to 0, or responding carpenter store for is not equal no one does not, or instance exists. Oh, this might be fucking it up. Because I've done or instead of and. Fuck. Yeah, I changed that the other day. I remember doing it. I was kind of unsure of what I was doing at the time. And instance exists store stage grid equity store contains wood. Should that not be the same? Like, does not equal ID. No. But it's supposed to be this and this or this, not right? Exists store. I think I'm missing some brackets. What am I trying to say here? It's like, we need you to be able to target unsupplied foundations if they require lumber. Or if, well, it's just slightly different from that. Total required lumber is the amount of lumber we need to subtract it's the amount of lumber in the store subtracted from the amount of lumber that we need. It's like the remainder. So it's like if we need additional wood, then you can just start felling. Or and that's regardless of whether the store exists or not. If we need wood, start felling. Or if the store exists and store is built, store contains wood, and there is a nearest available carpenter to the store. There is a nearest available carpenter store, but nobody has been assigned to withdraw. Okay. So there is a nearest available carpenter to the store, and nobody has been assigned. But this would need to be like, yeah, this is incomplete. It's like, So instance does not exist store, or instance exists store and store has not been built yet, or the store has been built, contains wood, and the nearest available carpenter to the store exists and is not you. Wait. Nearest available exists and nobody has yet been assigned to withdraw the wood from the store. Or total lumber required greater than 0. But that would be if somebody has already been assigned. I don't think I'm doing that right. Go back a second. Would it be like totally independent of all of this stuff? Which would put it outside of that bracket, right? Oops. What the fuck have I just done? So now it's this whole thing of like, that doesn't seem right still. Wait. Yeah, you raise a good point. I mean, well, we do lock it in now, so that's maybe not an issue. And that might be it, right? Because somebody's been allocated to withdraw the lumber from the store, but we still require more lumber than that. Or nobody's been allocated to withdraw the lumber from the store, or I've been allocated to withdraw the lumber from the store. And that all exists only in this section where the fuck? Oh no, it's only in this section because the or here where the store has been built and contains lumber. Wait a minute, that's not right then. Okay, it's because this doesn't. This last part doesn't depend on the existence of lumber. It would in the store. Interesting. So how would I separate that? Well, hold on. It doesn't. I don't think it even matters if this. Well, if the store is not built, then you can just do this. Or if the store exists and has not been built, doesn't exist, exists but has not been built. And then okay, has been built and contains wood. So exists and has been built and contains wood and all of this stuff. All of this stuff. Wait, isn't it still grouped? It's still grouped with no? Because the or is outside of these brackets, so it's like contains wood and this or just this, regardless of whether it contains wood or not. Yeah, I believe that's correct. Yes. Wait, where are you going? Can they still drink or something? He has still apparently been assigned. He is still the guy, and he's fucking depositing it again. Why? He has no build target. He has no build target. Are we? Because we're still clearing it, but not allowing them to reassign it. I think that's what I'm doing. For fuck's sake, dude. Look, as long as you're clearing the build tracker when reassigning gifts, it would be fine to move this inside of here. The problem right now is I've got this locked in now. I could remove this again because this was our like band-aid solution for something that I think I've actually done properly now, right? We could just try removing this and see what they do. I'll tell you what, I'll comment it for the time being, and we'll see how they behave. Because we would be clearing their build tracker, but then we just needed to update to the correct thing again. Which, let's just have a look at one thing real quick. Frames that require fur. Does responding carpenter store fur, that would do it, right? I was going to say there's nothing here that's like checking if they have fur in their inventory or something, but it's like pretty much equivalent to that. Alright. That's funny. That's funny that I was clearing the build target and not allowing them to reassign it. So, this guy's been allocated to withdraw the fur. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Who's going to be allocated next? This guy. I think we cracked the code, boys. Hell yeah. I'm fucking pumped. I'm psyched, and I'm stoked, and I'm jazzed. Did he just deposit again? I don't know. I think that was a hunter. Why the fuck are you doing this? He withdraws, and then he switches build target to the one that needs constructing over there. Why would you do that? You shouldn't be allowed to target fully supplied foundations if you're the one with the fucking fur in your inventory. So we can either lock them in, like I was doing before, or we can update it here. Total fur carpenters less than or equal to 0, or responding carpenter store fur does not equal no one. Wait a minute. That's what that should do. Oh, wait. It's just total fur carpenters. Because it, okay, what? This would be true in this, false in this case though, right? Because they would be, they are the responding carpenter. They're not supposed to be able to do this if they are the responding carpenter. Yeah, it's a fully supplied foundation. So this guy's going to withdraw some fur. Going to supply it there. And then this foundation becomes fully supplied whilst he's withdrawing the fur. And then okay, he's withdrawing the fur. He's supplying the, wait a minute, what? It's working now. So it's not what I think it is. Okay. It's happening again. Shit. Okay. Oh, it's a temporary variable. I can't can't really access it like that. That's true. That's not right. Don't think that would be causing the problem, but that is not right. It's really confusing. I don't think they actually get unallocated again until they've deposited the. That's the crazy thing, is they're slipping through even though they're assigned to this task. Even though this is not true, they're still doing this, as far as I can tell. Nope. I'm not seeing that message. So it's something else. He was actually eventually able to get the fur over there. So what is it? Is it just the straight up lack of prevention on the state conditions? Could be. But I swear he like switches his target, withdraws. He's targeting the right thing, he withdraws the fur, now he's targeting the wrong thing after withdrawing. How is that possible? You don't actually get unallocated until they finish depositing, right? Exactly. And yet depositing fur is lower priority than supplying. Right. 3344. For carpenter supply fur is much higher priority. Instance exists build. Fur greater than 0. Build stage. Yeah, this is fucked. I can't make heads or tails of it. I think what's happening is because they're switching targets somehow. You know, target.stage is actually 0 because they're targeting a foundation. But they shouldn't be able to switch targets because they're the carpenter who's been allocated to withdraw the fur from the store. Although this message didn't show up. This message did not show up in the console, so it's almost like, oh no, there it is. It did. Okay, so it's this. It's this somehow. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. If build equals no one, and this or this, so this must be fucked. Total fur carpenters is not updating correctly or something. Total fur carpenters. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. Current build stage 1. If instance exists, current build. You know, the potential workaround is just to lock in the build target once they've been assigned to something, but that's kind of what this should be doing. I'd rather figure out why this doesn't work than work around it, because it just doesn't, it's not making sense right now. So this guy is the responding carpenter store fur. So this would equal ID. We shouldn't be able to do any of this. And yet they are doing that, despite being, because we put this little debug message there. Told us if responding carpenter equals ID, show us this message. So somehow they got into here despite this not being true. Unless we're assigning it to the wrong thing in the first place somehow, but then, well then the little message wouldn't pop up above their head. Because that's based on the same thing. This is insane. I could just prevent them from targeting foundations if they have fur in their inventory. But then again, this should just work. I don't see what's going on. Does not equal no one. Total fur carpenters. It's like we don't need any fur to build any frames. Does it also include repairs? Because I'm pretty sure it should. No. Store fur. Wait, do I remember seeing a store fur somewhere? Maybe somewhere it shouldn't be? I don't think so. No. I mean, it is true that we want to factor in the repairs list as well, so I'll do that now. But it's not causing the bug. Why is that say current build instead of current repair? Wait, do the hunters even set those variables for themselves? Oh yeah, it is just that one. think it's supposed to have this stuff on there as well. The only thing I can think is that total for carpenters must be 0. Because that would allow them to enter this block without this being true. So why would total for carpenters not be total correctly? And should I just print it to the console? Maybe like just for the one who's assigned or something. That's gonna actually kind of help, I guess. So once we've done all of this stuff, then if you're the responding and total for carpenter is greater than 0, well, that's not actually what I want to say, is it? I should say I think that was even before this guy had... Yeah, but it just keeps saying total for 0, which is an impossibility right now. What? Because there has to be fur in the store. Boy. Oh, there has to be fur in the store. No. We just need to know this, like, anytime. We just need to know this. I mean, the store's gonna... Do we even care about the store at all? I don't think so. Or do we? I think the store has to be built. No? I don't think we care about the store at all, do we? Okay, this totally explains it. Totally explains it. I mean, you're not going to be this thing if the store doesn't exist. That's guaranteed. Okay, we don't even care about the existence of the store or anything like that. Get rid of it. Okay. Turned out to be really simple in the end, as it always does. Or, well, not always. Usually it turns out to be the most absurd thing. I'm beginning to see that. Who is it who says that, like, it's, Brian Johnson. The most absurd outcome is always the most likely outcome. But we fixed a bunch of other stuff along the way there, so that's good. We have it seriously locked in now, which is great because the carpenter behavior is like the most important thing. Not quite sure how they're doing with like prioritizing. I mean, that wouldn't happen anymore now. It's not going to happen to where they get allocated to withdraw fur from the store and then they like change their mind and decide they're going to gather firewood instead. That's not possible anymore. Oh, he's still doing it. Why are you doing this? I thought we just fixed this. What are you doing? What the hell? Still have that debug message, right? Yeah, I think so. Okay, we're not even seeing this debug message now. It's not there. So we're not getting this debug message, but it's still happening. That's even more confusing. Totally thought we fixed it. Okay. His target didn't even change, and yet he still deposited. What? And we didn't get this error anywhere, right? What? That's even stranger. So we fixed the problem with the build targeting, but he's still depositing, which means he's not hitting any of this stuff. This is at 1509. And deposit is at 3344. So depositing is definitely lower priority than supplying. And yet this is not. So, but as far as I could see, his build target didn't change. Greater than or equal to 1. Build.fur less than build.required for. Got fur in your inventory. Build is not on fire. I mean, this should all be true, right? Okay, it's as if their build target is changing, even though it doesn't appear to be. I mean, in a way, maybe that is kind of the behavior that we want. I don't know. No, it's not. It's not. We want them to prioritize supplying frames with fur over building fully supplied foundations, I would say. It gets there eventually. It's as soon as this one becomes a frame, not a foundation. It's as if he's targeting that, but he doesn't appear to be. I want to see if this can allow them to supply fur to a foundation. Or if they'll still supply it to this frame. He doesn't even have a build target. So that made no difference. He completely has no build target by the looks of it. Which would also do the trick, I guess. He should be targeting frames that require fur. You gotta be shitting me. I see the fucking problem here, I think. Maybe. I mean, yeah, it's because there's no fur in the store again. But this needs to be independent of that. My god, man. Okay, that could apply to some other stuff as well. So it's like... Take this out from here. Remove these brackets. Put this entire thing in brackets. And then put OR on the end. Like that. Well, no, I mean, it's just the store part, really. This stuff is universal. Move this stuff outside of here. Like that. It's like store exists, is built, contains fur, and nobody's been allocated to withdraw that fur, and you're the nearest carpenter to the store. Or this stuff is true, and you're the one who's been allocated to get the fur. That's how it should be. So the responding carpenter store lumber thing. Yeah, remember how they would kept depositing lumber earlier? I was like, why are they doing that? Okay. This whole thing of like you being the one who's been assigned. Again, it's independent of the store. Okay, maybe I can... Okay, I think we might be good. One thing. I think it works. So we got it to where they had no build target at all, because they couldn't even target the thing they were supposed to be supplying the fur to, which would then cause them to deposit the fur back into the store, of course, because they thought they had no use for it. Okay, this guy's been allocated to withdraw the fur. He's got it. He's supplying. Hey presto. Fixed. Finally. Oh man, that was rough. The carpenter logic is insane, dude. Oh. Alright. Now we can finally play the game. Kenny, drink your elixir of the mongoose. What is that script called? Tracker build update. Okay, that's not what I thought it was going to be called. I thought it was going to be called set build target. See, I seem to think of this as a target, not a tracker. Yeah. Well, I literally only... No, that's not true. I do run this script in a few different places, right? Wouldn't be too hard to change the name, though. I just want to get rid of this debug message again. And I think I already got rid of the other one. Alright, nice. Well, I'm glad we got that fixed, and I fixed a bunch of other stuff along the way which I totally wasn't even aware of. So that was pretty goddamn productive. I'm gonna go throw something in the oven here because I'm getting pretty hungry. I'll be back in just a little bit. Thanks for watching. Okay, let's give it a play test. See how we're looking. Let's try going for this stream. Oh shit. That's not good. Okay, now the carpenters are not felling at all. Once the store is built. Fuck. Okay, this is our final day to get tents built before sleep deprivation sets in. For anybody who hasn't slept since the beginning of the game, anyway. We needed, oh shit, no, I thought we had one more day. No, this is it. Sleep deprivation is setting in. Or at least it was. Saw a couple of them looked sleep deprived. I'm just gonna go throw some burgers in the oven. I'll be right back. I have 6 hunters instead of 5. 5 is enough. Oh, what? Oh, I think there might be a bug. Okay, there's nothing to keep them asleep. They're just going to the tent and instantly clearing their sleep deprivation debuff and then waking up again. I see, I see. So, I wonder if we should be lenient with it and just reset it if they wake up for any reason in the night as well. You know. I think I'm okay with it for now. You know, it's like, otherwise, I mean, it wouldn't be, most of the time, they wake up in the night, they deal with the wolves or whatever's going on, and then they go back to bed, and they would still just wake up in the morning like usual, and that would have reset the sleep timer. But sometimes it could be like an hour until sunrise, and they wake up because the wolves are attacking or whatever it is, and then they don't actually get back to bed before sunrise, so they just stay awake for that day, and then their debuff would not have been cleared. I think it's better in this case to just allow them to clear that debuff if they wake up for any reason, even if that's before sunrise. So we shouldn't have that issue anymore, I don't think. But I don't think I'm going to have time to play test this before my food's ready, so I'm going to throw it over to a break and chow down. These burgers cannot come soon enough, let me tell you, I am hungry. But I will be back in a little bit to test this out, make sure everything's working good, and yeah, we'll see where we're going to take it from there. Thanks for watching. I'll be back in a while. Bit of a longer break because I'm going to eat. So I'll see you in a little while. Okay, I think we can do this. I've been thinking about it, and I think we can do this. Might want to update the stream title, though. We are no longer testing new mechanics. We are... What are we doing? We're updating existing mechanics, I suppose. Updating combat mechanics specifically? Hey Arvon, how's it going? Okay, I'm gonna start out with the bear. I think that's just kind of where my head's at, really, and then we'll do everything else. So this is only going to apply to humans and predators in the attacking state. Well, actually, on humans it will only be in the defending state, which is specific to the hunters. And here we go. So this is going to be in its own separate little if statement. Total threat level greater than threat level. Return to idle. That's so that they'll run away if they're outnumbered, right? But what tends to happen is that I think they basically return to idle, and there's a split second where the total threat level hasn't actually updated again. I think, although, wait, let me just look before I do this. Oh, so it resets to 0. Yeah, but that's every pass, right? And I don't think I don't reset that when we disable this stuff. So I'm actually kind of confused, to be honest with you, as to what exactly. I suppose probably... Yeah, no, that's what it is, actually. It's that nearest threat doesn't exist. So the threat level is actually still correct. It's that nearest threat doesn't exist, and it needs to exist so that they have something to run away from. Okay, okay. So this is actually a good idea, is basically what I'm saying. So we're going to move this. We got this in an else if. An else if, you say? Wait a minute. It's an animal. It's phenomenal. You're an animal. This if it's a tent. Right. Should I put it before all of this stuff? I mean, it happens in both of these, so it's kind of its own thing. I think I'll put it before this stuff. We'll turn this into an else if. We'll say if total threat line else. Yeah, that works nicely. And then we're gonna do basically all of the state idle stuff right there. Not state idle, state flee. The problem with the human, well, it is just the hunters, so, but the humans are still a little bit more complicated. It's essentially the same, they just have slightly more complicated logic. I'm supposed to be looking at the bear code. State name, movement, mode, stealth. Smell exist mother else. State flee. I don't think that even needs to be modified one bit. We just put it right there. And we should be good. So instead of returning to idle when the threat level changes, they just go directly into the fleeing state, which prevents this weird behavior where the bears would fall asleep whilst the guards were bludgeoning them, basically. Like, yeah, what would happen is they would be fighting the guards, and then they decide, oh, I want to run away, so they return to idle. But then, because nearest threat doesn't exist, they'd skip over that, and they'd wind up being like, oh, I feel like I might just take a nap, you know? And they would fall asleep literally whilst being attacked by guards. Which was kind of strange. And this will avoid that by just putting them directly into the fleeing state, which is really nice. And we just want to do this for all the other creatures, basically. And we could just grab this whole bit and... That's not true, actually. Let's not grab this whole bit. Let's grab this bit. Foxes. I mean, let's have a look. Foxes are a little bit different, but... Really, they're still running on this old code here. It's possible the Fox code is a little bit out of date. Let's check. Right. The Foxes don't seem to be using total threat level. They seem to be going off of the number of... I mean, it's... Yeah, because it's equivalent. I mean, it's not actually equivalent. I don't know if a Fox even has a threat level. We should implement this. Even though we don't need it for the Foxes specifically, it's just that there will be other creatures based off of this code in the future, and we kind of need everything to be there. Oh man, my shoulder is fucked up. Whew, okay, total, see, they don't even have a total threat level variable. I think we should implement that for the Foxes, to be honest with you. And a Fox probably has a threat level of like 0.25, to be honest with you, something like that. Relatively speaking, if a wolf has a threat level of 0.5, bear has a threat level of 3, human has a threat level of 1, or at least hunters and guards do. Your regular humans have a threat level of 0, actually, because they are non-combat classes, or non-combatants. Okay, so we'll give them a nearest threat, a total threat level. And I gotta figure out where this goes. Whoa, what? Oh yeah, no, that's right. Okay, let's just copy it from the back, because it's going to be exactly the same. And it goes right after the nearest threat angle thing by the looks of it. Gotcha. And that just goes through the nearby threats list and totals up the threat levels of all nearby threats. pretty straightforwards. They don't actually have that. Of course not. That would be too convenient. They have a nearest threat tracker and nearby foxes of another pack and nearby foxes of the same pack, which we can use. We can use those lists, but if we want, like, you know, the naming to be the same as everything else, it wouldn't be nearby foxes of the same pack, it would be nearby threats. It's just so happens that foxes are the only thing that foxes are concerned about. Foxes will only fight other foxes in this game. They don't fight with any other animals, and they don't fight with the humans. They just kind of fight other foxes for territory. So, might need another vape, to be honest with you. I'm in a lot of pain with this frickin' shoulder problem. So, if we want to get this in line with it, I still want to put this in there. And well, with the wolves, it is called nearby wolves, isn't it, or something like that? What is it called? No, what is it called? 'Cause ideally, I think we want we want it to be like universally the same name across the board, right? Nearest threat distance, nearby threats, nearby. Okay, it is nearby wolves, same pack. If you wanted to get this sort of universal, you'd want to call it like nearby allies or something, you know? And then that would be the same for everybody. I'm not too concerned about it, to be honest with you. I'm trying to think if there's any reason I should be concerned about it. I mean, just purely because of the fact that I would have to rename it for other creatures, other species, because they wouldn't be wolves and they wouldn't be foxes, so I'd just be... Whereas if it's allies, I just don't need to bother renaming anything. Yeah. Okay, so just for that reason, it probably is worth doing. The thing that really puts me off is the humans. The humans... it's broken into two with the humans. They have like a nearby guards tracker and a nearby hunters tracker. It's separate. It doesn't just total them up onto the same thing. Not sure why it doesn't just total them up onto the same thing. It would be fine to do that, I think. But we don't. We just don't. Yeah, see, these guys have nearby hunters and nearby guards instead of just one thing that's like nearby allies. don't know that it's honestly, if I wanted it to be consistent across the board, I'd have to, change that. I don't think it's worth the time. I don't think it's worth the time for the small amount of time I would save in the future. So let's just keep going. Let's keep going with this. Total threat level. Here we go. Nearby foxes other pack. So we're going to say total threat level 0. DS list size nearby foxes other pack. Find value. NFOP. Total threat level. NFOP I dot threat level. Boom. That's it. So now they have a total threat level. Beautiful. And then when it comes to making combat decisions, like state, wait a minute, I'm in the wrong place. Box conditions, state attack. So this would be total threat level less than or equal to nearby foxes same pack plus 1. But we probably want to give them an allied threat level as well. Wolf check 0. Squeeze me? Oh, it's list based, of course. Yeah. It's confusing now because we have like, sometimes we're checking stuff on a list as opposed to checking through everything on the DS map, and it's handled a bit differently. So now it's like we have two different ways of running these trackers. Gets more confusing. You gotta sort of remember which one's which, but it's not too difficult. And nearby foxes same pack. It actually goes in the same place. And we need to give them an allied threat level. Variable, and then we do nearby. I'm gonna invert the order of those just so it matches the order above. Nearby foxes same pack. Allied threat level, DS list size, NFSP. Allied threat level, NFSPI. Threat level. Why do I feel like there's an extra thing in here that's missing from this one? Instance exists check. Huh. Well, it would be smart to check that it exists, just to be on the safe side. I mean, it hasn't caused us any problems up to this point, but it's usually smart to check that things exist before referencing them. So now they have an allied threat level and a total threat level. And so this becomes total threat level less than or equal to allied threat level plus 1 still, I'm guessing. I'm assuming we don't include ourselves in this list. That would be correct. So the plus 1, actually it's plus threat level. I don't think the foxes even have a threat level yet, do they? Like we were saying, it's going to be like 0.25. Where does that normally live? Okay. Up at the top there, in the stats. Whoops. Threat level. It's going to be like global Fox threat level, which will be just one question about threat levels. It's just a base. It doesn't change depending on the age of the creature or anything. Generally, juveniles just can't attack. And it's not that they have a lower threat level, it's that they're completely ignored. Not completely ignored. What is it? How does it work? They're just not considered to be a threat, basically. Right. They just basically get excluded. If we did change their threat level based on age, like if animals were born with a threat level of 0 and then their threat level went up when they reached maturity, that would prevent us from having to do the additional check of like looking at its age when you know, totaling up the threat level of all nearby threats or whatever. Or even whether we should class it as a threat or not. You know, we look at its age basically. So it would technically be more efficient to do it the other way and to, you know, do it the other way. Okay. So I actually need to define that in the attribute script. Boxes. Threat level normally appears after range. 0.25 for these guys. And obviously they didn't have a threat level, so we were not doing the thing where the threat level is tied into their current hit points. But I suppose we could do that now. It would change how they behave a little bit. Maybe in a good way even, I don't know. It might. Yeah. They would clash with other foxes, and then basically whoever does more damage would scare the other one away. Pretty much. Kind of like that idea. These guys have only 15 HP. I forget, how much do they hit for? Is that in here? 5. Right, that's why we had to disable bleed on these guys. Otherwise they would just, because you bleed for 10 damage over 10 seconds, they would like basically always die. I don't think these guys have any, or maybe it's just not in here. They probably do have some random damage. They must do. They do. They do. So these guys basically just don't inflict bleed when they attack. I'm kind of liking this idea, to be honest with you, though. So I guess I'm just going to grab the threat level thing. Just this one line, update threat level based on health. I guess that would live right about there. That would be Fox threat level. We did make that a thing, right? Oh, forgot to rename it. Okay, then. Allied threat level. Yeah. So, threat level. Oh my god. I think I'm still kind of sick. I think I've been sick for the past few days. Level. Yeah. Let's do another vape. That'll help me get through the rest of the day here. Ah, so they just default to fleeing. There is no check. Okay. What about this alarm 0 thing? Do we still use that? Whoa. I don't think any of the other creatures use that. Look, I stripped out the stuff that even sets this alarm in the first place, so it's not going to be doing anything right now anyway. Um, Hmm. Yeah, now I can see the problem there. Yeah, it doesn't work. Even if I re-implemented it, based on how things are set up right now, it wouldn't work anyway. The alarm would trigger, it would like return them to idle, and then they would go through the state processing and be like, oh, alarm 0. Oh, alarm 0 is 0. We should flee. But nearest threat doesn't exist. If nearest threat doesn't exist, they can't see it, they're not going to flee. Oh no, that's not true, because I put, oh, I see. Oh, because it's like or alarm 0, regardless of whether this exists. But then how the frick do you know what to run away from? You don't. This might just be set to nothing, and then we're going to have some serious issues. So, yeah. Okay. It's gotta go. And that nearest threat dot stealth versus wisdom, that's also pointless because they wouldn't actually be on the nearest threat list if they succeeded their stealth check. So, I'm gonna go ahead and make sure that's removed for everything. Interesting. That's quite good. I don't do it that way for any of the others. The bears are basically tied to their mother's state. And, well, maybe the foxes work like this. Weren't we just looking at that? No, they just have it. Okay. Oh my god. Shouldn't I be checking that stuff first? It would kind of make more sense than doing a distance check, wouldn't it? It's whatever. Not a big deal. We could do the same thing for these guys. I think we probably should, right? Otherwise... No. It's not important for these guys because they don't even... Well, just because they don't class the humans as a threat. I mean... okay, and then the attacking... Yeah. HP greater than 5. The HP greater than 5 thing, we don't need to worry about that anymore. Right. We can do like... Oh, right. So this literally just needs to be like that. It makes me wonder what the implications are for the other ones. Attack, age greater than provoke true. That's perfect. This one has too much going on. It's just this. That's all we need. Right? Because if this is not true, then we just default to this. And that's the beauty of state prioritization and using the exit to stop processing. Okay. These ones don't have attacking states, so there's nothing like that. There's the moose, the non-existent moose. Oh, wait, where's the moose attacking state? Why is it all the way down here? What the fuck? They will also need to have like the provoked check or whatever, but it's not been implemented yet. If I'm being honest, I should probably rebuild this whole thing from the ground up when the time comes. Yeah, this bullshit. Oh my god, and I need to put the stuff that updates the threat level in here as well. Holy shit, this code is like ancient. This has not been refactored. Okay, but we want to... What? We just want to remove all this shit. Well, we want to replace it, really, with... we don't even need that. We just do... what's that? Total threat level greater than... threat level. And I need to add that stuff for updating the threat level. Threat levels. Right there. Because we disable this stuff when they're in the attacking state and switch over to these like instant update trackers. Keep things snappy during combat. And There's more stuff in here to do with HP 5, I think. Something like that. There. True, right. No. That is, okay. We're trying to prevent them from killing each other, basically. It is a bit strange, but... Well, they do have... That's true. Before they didn't have passive health regen, which they do now. Oh, that's cool. I didn't really foresee that when I was implementing the passive. The passive, I've been doing too much pathfinding. The passive health regen, you know, previously the foxes would just never fight. They would never fight again if their health dropped below 5 or 2-5. Below 5, I think, by the looks of this. Whereas now they have passive health regen, so it will actually... They will recover and they will fight again. Well, the other check, or checks, were redundant. This is the only one that we need to worry about. They can hit for a maximum of 7 damage. So the most they could do in 2 hits would be 14 damage. Oh, in 2 hits, that would leave them with 1 health. And the least they can do is 6 damage. Oh, so they could die in that scenario. Because they could hit for 12 in 2 hits. And then hit again, critting for 6. Shit, they would do like 18 damage in that scenario. So 7. I think we want to do 7, right? Greater than 7. HP has to be greater than 7. No, equal to is fine as well. No, that's okay. But wait a minute. 14 is the most they can hit for. Well, yeah, it literally leaves them with a 1 HP. Oh, 6 is at least they can hit for in 2. That's fine. That's where we want it to be, right? 7. So they just can't. They will only consider foxes with a HP greater than or equal to 7 to be a threat. So they can only attack foxes with a HP greater than or equal to 7, or run from foxes with a HP greater than or equal to 7. And that is it. The rest is taken care of now by threat level. If they're in combat with another fox or multiple foxes or whatever, then everything will be decided based on threat level. And that pretty much means they will hit each other once, and whoever hit harder wins. The other guy runs away. It's pretty good. They're not gonna they're not going to kill each other. They're not going to fight to the death. Is exactly what we want. That's what foxes are like. They kind of like scrap for territory and stuff, but they don't kill each other. Okay, now we can finally implement the change. Like, the whole point of doing this was so that we could state attack. And this is going to inhabit its own thing. Do we put the exit in there? I guess so. I guess so, yeah, otherwise we would do the rest of the stuff. Yeah. We don't want to do anything after this point. If this is true, we just do this. That just leaves the wolves, I guess. And the humans. Switch target. These guys have their switch target before their interrupts. Guess that kind of makes sense. What the fuck am I looking at? What is this? There it is. Oh my god. Okay, this one is before. Okay, that's consistent across the board now. Okay, this is weird. Oh, wait a minute. I feel like I was missing something. Yeah. Am I spelling it right? No. Maybe. How's it spelled? Two L's. It's got two L's in there. Okay. Total threat level greater than allied threat level plus threat level. Yeah, we're all good. Okay. These guys. Perfect. Okay. Okay, so now all of the creatures... Oh, we still haven't done the humans. God damn it. That's right. Gift equals hunter and... What? Why are we still doing DS list size? What the fuck is going on here? State flee. Because I'm talking about state attack, but even so, this is wrong. What is it? God threat or God threat level, God threat level, and hunter threat level is what it should be. We're just doing DS list size still. Man. It's kind of crazy, like, the amount of oversights. Just going back through, having that code review has been really helpful. I mean, I'm still finding things that I thought were fine, that I thought I'd already done. And that's plus your own threat level, not +1. Or divine protection is true. That's another thing here. But they don't flee if you do that. They just go to idle. So we want to... that's hunters specifically, though. So I basically want to just grab this. Right? And then delete... this. And then put this in here. Gift is hunter. And total threat level is less than or equal to... Why am I doing this exactly? This is unnecessary. I'm in the fleeing state, and the fleeing state does just return to idle in that scenario. I only care actually about the defending state, because the guards will never actually flee anyway. They're just like kamikaze guards. They are self-sacrificial, self-sacrificing. And this is still wrong. Can you believe it? It's been wrong the whole time. Could explain some of the weird behavior, maybe. Okay, but now this one we do want to break it out into another thing. Okay, and then we want to put the stuff in there. Oh, and there's a bunch of them. Oh my god. Yeah. This gets more complicated. It's just because the human fleeing code is a little bit different depending on whether they're... I don't know, actually, I can't remember. Let's see. Drummer, hunter. Here's the hunter stuff. Okay, that's the universal part. Well, that kind of helps. So this, can you believe it? This is wrong as well. What the fuck is going on here? How did I not do this? That's not what it's called. What the fuck is it called? I thought it was guard threat level. It is, right? It's just not auto-completing. Does that show up anywhere else? It does, but like that we're actually supposed to be using it there. Here. Again, same. It's probably right next to the other one. Defend. No. It's not right next to the other one. Well, it's actually really convenient for us that this is, where are they? Separated like this, because this is basically what we've got already, and then we can just take everything from inside here. Oh, what is this? Flee to nearest guard when outnumbered. Flee from nearest... Oh, okay. Just like... I thought it was the same thing twice. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, so we can literally just... That's super convenient. We can just take both of those, drop them right in there, and we're good to go. Yeah, you gotta wonder, actually. You gotta wonder. I mean, it's still... We probably want to update, like, what? Am I missing something here? We're doing nearest predator and nearby predators. And N guard size, and N hunt size, and N total threat level, hunter threat level, guard threat level. But we're not actually updating the nearest guard or hunter trackers in here at all. What about nearest guard? What about nearest guard? Let's see what's inside of this. That ends there. Oh, so it's outside of that. Yeah, but don't you actually want it to be inside of there? Probably. Right? You probably do. Everything from like... Huh, yeah. Oh my god. That's got to be combined in. Along with this one. Fucking hell, dude. What a nightmare. Shaman. We don't want shaman grouped in with this, though. Okay, and where's the... This one, what, this one like doesn't have a disable. It's literally just if gift equals hunter. All right, I'm moving it. There. Okay. And it goes inside of this. And then it all needs to be moved to the right. From where exactly? Good question. That's... right below npred size. Right there? It doesn't look right. What the fuck just happened? There, okay, got it. And then... I mean, am I supposed to keep it here but add it in the other one as well? Probably. I guess so. Whoa. Okay, so now we're disabling this when they're in the attacking or defending state. Oh, I think oh, that's fine, right? That's fine. As long as we re-enable it in there, we're fine. Okay. Where can I get what I need? I can get it from... So in defend here, we already have guard threat level, hunter threat level, total threat level, nearest predator, nearby predators, angle. Here we need nearest guard, nearby guards, nearest hunter, nearby hunters, and we want to get those from trackers update. Nearby guards. Nearest hunter party, nearest guard. Okay, nearest guard. Yeah. Absolutely. Get rid of that. Only hunters can be in this state, so... That's it for the guards. What about... We also have nearby hunters? I don't think nearest hunter is a thing. Nearest hunter party is a thing, but... hold on. Doesn't particularly matter if that's actually kind of good if that one's disabled in combat, I suppose. Let me just have a look. Party, yeah, I feel like that's one that did I just add that there, or was it already there? That tracker will be disabled during combat, but I think that's actually a good thing, because it's not relevant when they're in combat. So all we want to get is nearby hunters from the script. Like that. Oh shit, don't forget all your distances. Okay. I'm gonna put it there. And distance, and you've got to clear the variable. Huh. You don't seem to be clearing the variable in these. You're not supposed to do that? I guess it doesn't matter. I guess it's not actually necessary. Because we're just like performing the whole check again from the beginning. It doesn't factor in whatever nearest predator is set to. Okay. But I still need the distances. And I suppose I can remove this one. distance. And those are kind of run at the same time, right? And then it's like reset the distance for when we do this on humans. These might as well all be in the same with object human. Yes, that would actually be ideal. Fuck yeah. We don't have to do it 3 times. Is it any different, really? Probably. Whoops. It's probably more efficient to go through all the humans once and run the code than it is to go through them 3 separate times, running a certain piece of the code each time. Although, it can't be that big of a difference. Where'd my comment go? I really kind of need that. Tell you what, I'm going to move this. And then I'm going to delete this. Yeah, I'm just thinking the gods don't even care about this stuff, do they? Right. That's perfect then. Okay, so now, what are we doing again? It's like all of the creatures will switch directly from the attacking state into the fleeing state if the tables turn. Oh, how the turntables. Okay. Plus they're updating all of the trackers that they need to be updating in there. I mean, assuming I got everything right, I hope it works. Probably should test it before I move on, really. Yeah, I really probably should make that carpenter's map. That would be an optimization of some kind. Or would it? When you think it... No. It's less of an optimization and more of a... like a... Well, it's an optimization, but it's not a performance optimization. It's actually like a processing speed optimization or something. I'm preventing it from processing a bunch of unnecessary data, which drastically decreases the amount of time that it takes to get to the result. So I think it's basically the bear cub bug left to look at. Bear cub sleeping bug. That's a fox. Probably pretty easy to fix. Don't say that. What am I doing again? Bear cubs bugging out. Hey, Fizzy Busy, how's it going? Good to see you too. Nice. Less than 1600 in autumn and spring, less than 2300 in summer. Well, these numbers don't even match up even remotely. So that could explain it. If it's not summer, then this. Oh no, I get it. It is correct. Yeah, that's correct. Oops. Okay, so I would predict then that it's just the cubs are waking up before their mother, but then the code tells them to go back to sleep if their mother is asleep, and they just loop like that. Nice. Yeah, I think it's a pretty funny game already. It's gonna be good. Warps, like teleporting, or like dashing. Room transitions, nice. Very nice. Does the camera scroll at all? Like, or does it follow you around the room, or is each room the size of one screen? Okay, maybe, okay. Nice. Yeah, that's like Animal Well. Still want to play that. I think I will play it one day when I have time to play video games again. Okay. So, we've got to basically say if instance exists mother and mother.state does not equal mother.state asleep, wake up. Else if, okay, this is where it goes horribly wrong. Actually, we need like a separate if statement. If instance exists mother, else do, so if mother doesn't exist, do this. And then inside of here, if mother.state does not equal mother.state asleep. Boom. So if instance exists mother, and the mother wakes up, they will wake up too. If instance does not exist mother, then they will wake up at these times depending on the season. But wait. Yeah, that's right, because that's inside of there. Cool. That's the bear bug fixed, finally. They've been doing that for a while. It's rapidly cycling by between sleeping and waking. I'm pretty sure that's what's causing it. Guess I shouldn't really move it off of the known bugs list to the fixed bugs list until I've seen and confirmed that it's not happening anymore. I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm running out of steam a little bit today. I don't know if I want to do any more playtesting, to be honest. So I think I'm going to leave it at that, and well, it's Saturday tomorrow, so I'm probably going to be taking a break from game dev to hopefully do a drum stream if I'm feeling alright. I mean, probably do it either way. It's good to kind of exercise a little bit, since I haven't been lifting with my freaking shoulder problem at the moment. So I will probably be doing some drumming tomorrow, and I'll most likely be back to the game dev on Sunday if I don't do a little bit tomorrow evening, which is highly likely, let's be honest. I might wind up doing some game dev after the drums. I will release this build untested, even just because I know I did fix a bunch of broken stuff in there. That build that I released yesterday was really not good. Excuse me. And we definitely want to get it replaced with a better one. Suppose I should at least just check it runs and do a very quick test. I think I'll run in test mode actually, just to get a quick test. Everything seems to be fine. Let it run for a minute. Well, we kind of want to see some combat happen, really. Can I bait some wolves over here or something? Don't know how many guards we actually... Oh, Jesus, we do not have enough guards. Okay, well, it seems good. Seems pretty good to me. Was that four wolves? And what the hell is going on with the Twitch stuff, though? Why is it still trying to retrieve the chat user list even with Twitch mode disabled? You know? This one. Like, where am I actually starting alarm 3, you know? Because if Twitch mode is disabled, we don't do this. And yet, we still seem to get this message. Only once. Only once. I don't know, honestly. I do not know. We could just tell it not to show the messages if Twitch mode is false, right? Only show these messages if Twitch mode is true. We are probably going to want to test that, but should be good. Okay. That's just everything. So, but yeah, that's just the thing is it's still trying to do it in the background. It's just we're not going to show the message. I don't even want it to be doing. Well, then again, oh, that's yeah. Well, I wish I could figure out how to prevent that alarm from running. But I could put the if global Twitch true thing in the alarm, right? I just don't know where alarm 3 is first being set. That's the weird thing. Seriously, is it like when we start the game or something? It doesn't look like it. I could search this entire object for alarm 3. That would be pretty sweet. Is it like on some sort of callback or something? Alarm 2, event sublime. Wait, what the fuck? Alarm 2? That's the keep alive, right? We only set that alarm if we're, I don't know. subbed, I guess, to the events in the first place. Okay. Room start? No. I honestly don't know what's doing it, but I think we can basically put this here. And we're good. It's not going to do it anymore. Okay, so this is a pretty sweet build. I'm going to crank the version number. I'm going to try and remember what the hell I even did today. What did I do today? Updated save load system to support sleep deprivation. And what else have I done today? I did fixed help menu bug. That's not the main bulk of what I was doing. Those are just like small things. And then we fixed carpenter supply for bug, and supply for and target foundations bug. It was like target foundations when store does not contain for. Disabled Twitch chat, what is it? Chat authentication? No, I don't think so. Get chatters, right? Twitch get chatters when Twitch integration is disabled. You won't get that annoying error message anymore. And I feel like I should probably test that. What was the other thing that I did today? Well, I fixed bear cub sleeping bug. It was just like another small thing though. What was the major thing I was doing? Oh yeah. Updated attack state to switch directly to fleeing state when threat levels change. And I like updated Fox code to use threat levels. That's pretty good. That's most of what I did today, I think. I'm just going to do a quick test of the Twitch stuff first. And then I'll release this build. First up, just going to run a test with Twitch mode disabled and see if we get the error or not. I suspect we will not. And then I'll try enabling it and make sure that everything actually works. Four guards, 2 hunters, 4 shaman. Yeah, they have a little bit of a better chance this time, I would say. Without my help, anyway. So we are pretty much at the point where I can switch back to drawing sprites. Yeah, almost there. I need to put together a design document as well for the Steam capsule art and the logo. But yeah, I'm not getting the error message, so options, Twitch. Why can I authenticate when this is off? I didn't, thought I was not supposed to be able to authenticate when Twitch mode is off. Seems a little bit weird to be able to authenticate with it off. Or I suppose you can be authenticated but then disable it. I guess it makes sense. Anyway, let's try. Okay. Yay. Oh, I can't do anything unless I actually play the game. Sweet. That's what I like to see. Okay. So, it's about time we release this build. Let's not forget to crank the version number first. Version 0.5.6.1. Hell yeah. And what a build it is. Really cool. So If I look at my notes here, let me stage everything and push that to the repository. If I take a look at my notes, adding animal nameplates is like a tiny little bit of polish to maybe do. Making fountains movable. Making a carpenter's map. We've done all the major stuff now. Like, this is it. I'm basically ready to switch back to drawing sprites again. Finish off the human sprites. So I guess that's where I'll be going from here. Cool. Cool. Yeah. Really don't want to have to do that, but I kind of do. So, it'll be a good few weeks, if not months, of drawing sprites coming up as we try to get those finished. I've probably had a long enough break from drawing sprites to get back to it. I did about half of them last time, right? So if we can get the other half done this time, that'd be pretty good. But yeah, this is a really nice build now. We're just going to polish it up with those sprites, and then we're going to start our Steam playtests with this build, basically. I mean, I'm sure there'll be a few little tweaks and fixes and things here and there, but this is pretty much the build. Once it gets those sprites in there, it'll be pretty sweet. Alright, let's compile. Okay, version 0.5.6.1 is now available for Ko-fi members to download. And that is it from me. I'm gonna make myself a cup of tea and chill out for the evening. Doesn't look like we have enough viewers to raid anybody today, so I'm just gonna head on out. But thanks for joining me. And I'll catch you in the next one. Peace out.